Pennsylvania last night, and the bats were fully powered at First Energy Stadium. 3 days until the swings count and the final auditions continue tonight here at Citizens Bank Park. Well, it's been 6 months since the gates of Citizens Bank Park were cranked open for a crowd, and tonight they'll get a chance to see their Phillies for a first time since October. It's turned out to be a gorgeous night. Some of the young stars, potential young stars of the Phils, are getting their first look at this year's club as the Baltimore Orioles are in town for an exhibition game. All right, so this is the way the roster looks. Now, there are more than 31 players that'll be in the dugout, but this is officially what the Phillies are down to. 14 pitchers, 3 catchers, 7 infielders, and yes, still 7 outfielders, as jobs are still, at least for the time being, up for grabs. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Matt Stairs. We've had a busy day. The Chamber of Commerce was in earlier today. That was a great event where they got a chance to talk to Freddie Galvis, Maikel Franco, and Andrew Bailey. And now tonight we got a little baseball as the Baltimore Orioles are coming to town, fresh off last night's 8-home-run explosion by the Phillies hitters against their future stars. And some of the guys that are battling for a roster spot got into the mix last night.
Well, and with the outfielders. And this is the time of year where all of a sudden you're looking over your shoulder. You kind of sit in your locker room and go, okay, who's going to tap me on the shoulder? Am I going to go see Pete? Am I still alive? What's going on? And the nice thing about these guys are going out, they're relaxing. They're still picking up where they started off for spring training. Goodell last night hits an absolute bomb to center field. He's been swinging the bat well. He started off really, really strong, died off a little bit, but he had a nice swing last night. Cedric Hunter's a guy who I've been impressed with the whole spring training. All he wants to do is hit, and that's all he has been doing the whole spring training. First guy in the batting cage, last guy to leave. He's a very aggressive hitter. He knows what he wants to do. He has a game plan. Pete McKenna loves him. You can see the 3 guys here that are battling. Ignore the average numbers. I mean, the average numbers are important, but to me, I think it's the bats they have during games, the pitch selection, how they drive the ball, how they carry themselves, and how they've been playing defense as well.
One thing Will Venable said when he was brought over from the Cleveland Indians, he said, listen, I'm here because I'm in camp. That's all it is. If I have to go to AAA, I'll go to AAA to get myself back up to the big leagues and prove myself. We'll see. The decisions will be difficult the next couple of days. All right, one thing that's not difficult is who the Phillies are leaning on this year to be one of their top pitchers, and that's tonight's starting pitcher, Aaron Nola.
Well, and I think this is a real important start tonight for Aaron Nola. One, he needs to go out and just establish that fastball. The last couple of starts, he's been very good spotting his fastball. I like the fact that he's getting on top of his curveball and he's getting a better bite with his curveball, getting some awkward swings. His changeup, to me, has come a long way this spring training, but to me, tonight, he needs to go out there and throw the fastball. You can see right here, 1 and over his last 2 starts, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, 63 pitches, 53 strikes. To me, he's pounding the strike zone. He's not trying to do too much. Early in the camp, it seemed like he was working on his curveball. Now he's establishing his fastball. His changeup's doing well, and he's getting on top of his curveball.
All right, so he'll pitch tonight. Charlie Morton will pitch tomorrow for the Phils, and then it's off to Cincinnati. In fact, Nola is scheduled to start Wednesday's game against the Cincinnati Reds. This is also a big start for Vance Worley. Will he be in the Orioles rotation? Well, they don't have to make a decision for quite a while, but he is battling for one of the last spots in that Baltimore rotation. Well, it was great to see Pete McCannon and the rest of the boys back at Citizens Bank Park. Ryan Howard got a chance to take some BP. Freddie Galvis got a chance to take some ground balls. Cedric Hunter got his first look at Citizens Bank Park. We'll get the lineups and first pitch when we get back. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Citizens Bank. One deposit checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Toyota. Toyota's hybrid fleet is nothing short of a home run. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. By Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. On Deck Series games is the chance to maybe meet one of your favorite players out and about around Citizens Bank Park. In fact, earlier tonight, Odubel Herrera and Freddie Galvis doing some selfies out in Ashburn Alley. Got a chance to hear from Freddie earlier today, and Michael Franco and Andrew Bailey at the Greater Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce event here at the ballpark. And it was nice for some of those guys getting a chance to meet some of the folks in the Philadelphia area. Here's Aaron Nola taking the mound and getting set for tonight's start, his last until this season begins. Let's take a look at the Orioles lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Manny Machado leads it off at third, then Adam Jones and Chris Davis. Mark Trumbo's in right field. He'll bat cleanup. Pedro Alvarez is the DH. J.J. Hardy will bat sixth in the bottom third of Scope. Caleb Joseph and Joey Rickard, who is going to make this club as a Rule 5 pick out of the Tampa Bay Rays organization. And they'll take on Aaron Nola. Those are his numbers in the spring. We talked about how well he's done the last 2 games. And he's probably going to go about 4 or 5 innings here tonight, and then turn it over to the bullpen. And he's been effective, as Matt pointed out, with his fastball his last couple starts, and also his breaking pitch.
Well, and he's been pounding the strike zone with the fastball. You can see the scouting report, 3-pitch pitcher. Says there tops out at 97. He'll live right around 92, 93. Very good command, and we've seen that his last 2 starts in spring training.
All right, so here we go. Manny Machado will lead things off. Machado 5 home runs so far this spring. The first pitch of the night here at Citizens Bank Park is a fastball in there. We're underway. It's 0-1. The velocity right out of the chute at 94 miles an hour from Aaron Nola.
You know, you look at this Baltimore Orioles lineup.
Yeah.
You would think Machado should be in the middle of the order.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to bump Davis or Trumbo. You have to leave him at the top of the order to get on base.
The good thing is you'll maybe get him an extra at bat or 2 from game to game. They do have on paper a pretty good offensive lineup. Last year Machado hit 35 home runs and 86 runs batted in. Curveball waved at it, missed, and 1 away here in the first. So a nice start for Aaron Nola.
This is the curveball that I love to see right here. It starts about a little above the knees, but all of a sudden here you can see it drops right down the middle of the plate. The bottom drops off of that beautiful new view we have from over top.
Now, it's a great vantage point to see the edges, see the corners, inside, outside, but also seeing how good a pitch that was. Adam Jones, the batter. Jones takes a fastball. Jones last year, 269, 27 home runs, 82 runs batted in. Fouls it away. And it's 0-2. Matt, was it any big deal to come back to a bigger ballpark after playing all your spring games and, what was essentially a minor league ballpark in Clearwater?
Well, you'd be surprised. The batter's eye is unbelievable. It's a big league atmosphere. You're back in the big league ballpark. To me, the nicest ballpark in the league.
Adam Jones hit by a pitch.
Just the crack of the bat with the ball. It sounds different in a big league stadium. See, I think spring training's about a month too long.
But here's Chris Davis. Chris Davis, couple home runs during spring training, so maybe he thought the month was too long because he hit just 182.
He was just thinking it's overrated.
Orioles actually struggled out of the chute, but finished with 11 wins. Buck Showalter's team, when we last saw the Orioles in Clearwater, I mean, they were scuffling to try to get a win.
0-8.
Yeah. 1 ball, no strikes to Chris Davis, signed to a new contract this past offseason. Grounds that one to the right side. It could be 2. It started by Franco. There is 1, and not in time to get Chris Davis. Ball was not hit all that hard, and Franco was somewhat deliberate with his toss over to second base.
Yeah, it's not a typical turn, although that is a nice turn. Good
Very
feet.
nice.
The key is, though, he gave a solid throw to the chest for Freddie Galvis. Big man got down the line.
So base runner, Chris Davis was conferring with Ryan Howard over at first. Do you think they were talking about shifts for left-handed hitters?
It's a pretty good chance.
Here's Mark Trumbo. Orioles picked up Trumbo this past offseason in case they didn't have enough pop. They decided to add to that pop.
Speaking of shifts, we have another one.
Yeah, the infielder's pulling to the left side. Just off the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good breaking ball.
Good breaking ball, good location, thinking it was a fastball. Trumbo took a fastball swing at a breaking ball pitch.
Career numbers for Mark Trumbo. Spent time with the Diamondbacks and the Mariners last year. He'll strike out a good amount. He lays off.
Curveball again.
Yep, he got him. That one was a little up in the zone, but it's the second strikeout of the inning for Aaron Nola. So a nice inning for Aaron. No runs, no hits, 1 man left over at first, and a couple of strikeouts. Using his breaking ball a little bit more, we'll go to the bottom of the first. It's the Orioles nothing, and the Phillies coming up. At Citizens Bank Park, there's Aaron Nola cooling off in the dugout. He will indeed bat tonight for the Phils. In fact, let's take a look at their lineup, brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Galvis, Hernandez, and Herrera, followed by Franco, Hunter, and Howard. At the bottom third of Cameron Rupp, Will Venable, and then Aaron Nola batting ninth. And they will face former Phil Vance Worley, who the Phillies have seen earlier this year. Mentioned the Orioles still do not know who their 5th starter is going to be.
Yeah, it is a big start for Vance Worley, trying to fill that number 5 spot in the rotation. You take a look at the scouting report. He's a 4-pitch pitcher, 88 to 94. He'll live right around 91, 92. Has a very good change, and 3rd-round pick in 2008. And oh, what a great year that was.
And he really was effective for the Phils when he was up here. Double digits in wins. Facing Freddie Galvis to start things off. And Galvis takes outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Freddie had a good night last night. Now the game last night does not count toward any of his spring training statistics, but he'll take it. because overall in spring hitting 193. But last night he had 2 hits, 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs, hit an opposite field home run. 2-1 pitch to him. Breaking ball inside, 3-1.
Whenever you hit a home run in the game, you'll take it.
Well, Phillies certainly hit their share of home runs last night.
Absolutely.
Fastball in there. It's 3-2. To the right side and diving stop by Scope. He throws from his backside and Galvis is safe at first. Well, they'll score that a base hit. It's a nice play by Scope to get to that baseball.
Very good play, showing some range to his left. So he catches this ball behind him, gets up. Looks like the ball hit him in the foot with the throw.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is the knock.
Well, here is Cesar Hernandez. Now, the way the Phillies lineup is structured tonight with Freddie Galvis, Cesar Hernandez, and Odubel Herrera lined up is not what Pete Mackanin is most likely going to use on Monday in Cincinnati. Most likely, this is your leadoff hitter, Cesar Hernandez. And that means that Odubel will bat second. Maikel Franco will bat third. Now, after that, it's kind of up for grabs, but that seems to be 1, 2, and 3, at least to start the season. Line drive, base hit it to center field. Galvis will stop at second, where the Phils have back-to-back singles to begin the bottom of the first.
Well, and I like the fact that, you know, if Freddie Galvis is going to hit in the top of the order, at least he's been swinging the bat better. He's starting to feel pretty good about his swing. Get him more at bats today. But I'll tell you one guy who's been swinging the bat extremely well the whole spring training is Cesar Hernandez.
Yeah.
He is, everything he is hitting, he's hitting it square. He's using the big part of the field. He's showing some power. Hit an opposite field home run last night. But it's nice to see him hitting those line drive hard base hits up the middle.
Now, with nobody out, here is another guy that's been hitting the ball well, and that is Odubel Herrera, who last night hit a 2-run home run in the first inning against the Phillies Futures. Takes a strike. Odubel's going a la Patrick Lennon tonight with his sleeve up. Hey, remember that?
He was my teammate.
Yeah. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You had him in Trenton, didn't you?
I did have him in Trenton. They had the sleeveless uniforms at one point, and he went out with
no undershirt.
With no undershirt. One ball, 1 strike. Tapper left side. Galvis heads to third. They'll get the middle runner, and that's it. Now the Phillies have runners on first and third, so Hardy was able to get Hernandez at second base. Fielder's choice. 6-4 on the putout. And Maikel Franco will be the batter.
It's a good year right there. 292, 821.
Well, again, he was joking a couple of days ago about that, about his start power-wise, and he said he was kind of surprised like everybody else. But it's just something now that he wants to keep going.
Am I surprised? Not really, because the baseballs he's been hitting is in an area where he can absolutely crush them.
Outside 2-0. Yeah, I think you and I have talked about this. He's put himself in good position to get good pitches.
Right. Now he just took a pretty good cutter low and away, didn't offer it. Now he's back in a 2-0 count. Good pitch on that on Worley's side, because that was a ball you do not want to hit 2-0. Now, the fact that he's been getting pitches to hit and he's been driving out of the ballpark is a nice thing. You know, instead of popping them up or killing the worms that hit the top of the ball, you know, in front of home plate, he's squaring those things up.
On the outside corner, 2-2. I don't know if Michael necessarily agreed with that pitch, but it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. That was a breaking ball that just did not break, but Michael was able to get out of the way pretty quickly. Look out.
Curveball slips out. Look out. That's the proper technique of getting out of the way of a pitch inside. Now look for the backdoor sinker.
Runner goes from first. Pitch is chopped over to third. Hardy charges. No play in second. A run will score. And the Phils take a 1-0 lead on the ground out by Maikel Franco. Well, put the ball in play. You never know what's going to happen. And in this case, a run scores. So another RBI. It's 22 on the spring.
Tom, that's a great point, especially with a man on first and third. 2 strikes. You put the ball in play. You never know what happens. And that's one thing the Phillies have done very nice this spring training is those type of hits or putting the ball in play with 2 outs, getting knocks. Speaking of knocks, all this guy wants to do is get hits. Cedric Hunter.
I think he can smell the fact that he's got a chance to make a major league team, Matt.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I'm sure that there have been years past where he's had an idea. I think he probably thought if he stayed in Atlanta, he might have a chance to make the team in Atlanta. But I think this year, I think he's got a sense that he's right on the doorstep of getting to the big leagues again. Worley at 22 pitches so far. A little low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Line drive out toward left field. Coming on is Rickard, and he makes the catch. The ball hung up there just enough for him to sprint in and grab it out of the air. 1 run for the Phils. They get a couple hits. They leave 1 onto the second. The second, Aaron Nola goes back to work against Pedro Alvarez for the Baltimore Orioles. Well, Murph's going to be busy this weekend. He's going to catch up with a lot of our new friends, and he's with one of them right now.
I am indeed, Tom, and I will be busy. Brock Stassi is with me right now, one of our future players, as we're calling him this weekend. And we were talking so much about the Futures game last night, and you and I were just chatting about it. Had to be a lot of fun for you guys.
Yeah, it was a blast. I spent the last 2 seasons in Reading, and to go back there, it's a special place for me. And to see that many people come out and support was awesome.
Talk a little bit about the experience, because you're facing some of these guys that you've been watching, I'm sure, for the last couple of years. You get an opportunity to go head-to-head against them. Is it a thrill? I mean, is that a good way to describe it?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun. Definitely excited to play against those guys. I played alongside them this spring, so I knew the majority of them, if not all of them. And I mean, it was really just a great time last night.
Let's talk about Major League Camp, because you were in Major League Camp, and you got a chance to play alongside of these guys as well. First of all, just describe the experience for you, and then how you think it all shook out for you.
Yeah, it'd been one of my goals ever since I'd been drafted to get over to that side, and I took kind of a different route to get there, but I made it over there, and it was a great time. It was just really rewarding to be in the same clubhouse as guys that I grew up watching, like Ryan Howard and Carlos Ruiz. Even Manny Burris, when he was with the Giants, I watched him growing up too. So it was just learned a ton and a great experience.
As you alluded to, you worked so hard to get to where you were last year, the Eastern League Player of the Year. That in and of itself speaks volumes to where you are at this point. So what now? What is, obviously the goal is to be here in the big leagues, but what are you working on now as you get ready for this season?
Just trying to stay consistent, stay positive day in and day out. This game carries so much negativity with it. You succeed 3 out of 10 times and you're in the Hall of Fame. There's not too many jobs you can do that. If you're succeeding 3 out of 10 times being a doctor, you're not going to have a job anymore.
Solid point.
So staying positive and just coming to the yard every day, having fun is definitely one of the goals I'm trying to accomplish this year.
Well, that goal would be to get back here to Citizens Bank Park and play here for good. You'll get a chance to play here tomorrow. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, very excited. We took BP on the field today, and had some butterflies going, and took a while to adjust to the bigger surroundings than I'm used to. So my depth perception was a little off, but it's going to be a blast tomorrow.
All right, Brock, all the best, and good luck this season. Guys, back upstairs.
Well, Murph, Maikel Franco makes a fine play, and so does Ryan Howard on the backhand to finish off J.J. Hardy. And there are 2 outs. That was an outstanding play. Watch Freddie Galvis during this whole process here.
Walking the throw, got into position, going through the rhythm. Nice play, showing the range to his left. Gets up, throws a missile, and a very nice pick at first base by Ryan Howard. And Fetty's telling him, I had that ball. You didn't have to dive.
Scott Fransky asked today during our chamber event, asked those 2 about the chatter back and forth. And Freddie, who's initiating the chatter right now, said it's nonstop. He said Maikel doesn't shut up. And they have a very good relationship, which is great. Jonathan Scope waves at the breaking ball. It's 0-2 with 2 outs here in the top of the second. Phillies up 1-0. And it's great to be back here in Philadelphia. Scope's numbers this spring: 355, 4 home runs. Fastball, well, must have been low. 1-2. Over to the left side. This one a little more conventional for Franco. Nice stretch by Ryan Howard, but it's off his glove. And it rolls into foul territory. Must have hit off that half circle of the first baseman's mitt and just rolled away. Ryan did have to stretch, so that most likely is going to be an error on Franco, but we'll see.
He makes a strong throw, but just kind of pulls the throw. Off the glove of Ryan Howard at first.
Well, they do score E5 on that. And here's Caleb Joseph. Caleb Joseph's had a good spring, 306 average. Outside and low. Matt Wieters caught his first major league game just a couple of days ago. He had been out with a Tommy John injury. He had Tommy John surgery. And I think for the Orioles, it was just nice to get him back. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago. And if Wieters can get back to anything close to what he was, it just adds to this lineup. By the way, they changed that error to Maikel Franco to Ryan Howard. Buck Showalter certainly has some options to lean on. Two-one pitch coming. Breaking ball floats outside, 3-1. Joey Rickard in the on-deck circle. Well, that's the placement you're talking about, Matt.
That's just straight paint on the corner.
People wonder why he can be successful in the big leagues. That's the reason right there. Cameron Rupp setting up in that same spot. Runner goes, and the pitch is low. So after the error, a walk to Caleb Joseph. And that brings Joey Rickard to the plate. Looks like Rickard is going to be the everyday left fielder. A Rule 5 selection of the Tampa Bay Rays organization. He set the Orioles on fire with a .387 batting average. Last year with 3 different teams in the minor leagues, he had .321 with 2 home runs, 55 runs batted in. He had 38 extra base hits. But now is getting a chance in the big leagues.
Well, the scouting report on him is that he's a very good hitter, but he's also a very good defensive player. We saw that making a nice play on Cedric Hunter in the left field last inning.
0-1 pitch coming to him with the runners on first and second. He'll have to wait. The Orioles had signed Hyun-Soo Kim out of South Korea this past offseason and gave him every chance to win the job in the outfield. But it looks like he has lost that job and possibly has lost a chance of being on the big club. Now there's some talk as to whether he would accept a minor league assignment or not. That ball is bounced back toward the middle. A base hit it to center field. Rounding third, heading for home is Scope. Herrera's throw will be cut off by Howard. So an unearned run for the Orioles as Rickard keeps on hitting. And it's a 1-1 ball game. Now that error also adds to the pitch count for Nola here in this second inning.
Well, and that's an area where the Phillies in spring training work so hard on the defense, pitching and defense, and you have a routine ground ball to third base. E3, E5 on the throw, whatever you want to call it. The bottom line is a routine play has to be made. Cincinnati's thrown 8 pitches and 1 unearned run.
And now he's got to deal with Manny Machado, and he throws a changeup to Machado, and it's 0-1. Swing and a miss. So he throws 2 changeups to Machado in this at bat. One to start, and then after getting the ball, throws a second one. You like the way his changeup's coming along, don't you?
I do. I really do. He's getting more on top of the ball. You know, sometimes he gets underneath it and the ball seems a little flat. He's getting on top of it. He's getting some really good movement.
Runners lead off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A little low with that fastball, and it's even now 2-2. .37 pitches total for Aaron Nola. 23 of those pitches have come in this inning. Swing and a miss. He got it with a breaking ball. 3rd strikeout for Nola. The Orioles do tie it up with an unearned run. We'll head to the bottom of the 2nd. Orioles 1, Phillies 1. Monday, April 11th, when the Phillies take on the San Diego Padres. It's a 3:05 first pitch, and all fans coming to the ballpark will receive the commemorative cap. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Cloudy night here in Philadelphia. Beautiful day here in the Delaware Valley. Bottom half of the 2nd. Ryan Howard is coming up. I think Ryan may have tapped Caleb Joseph with his backswing. Saw that during spring training one time too. That ball is fouled off to the 2nd deck. Alan Porter is behind home plate tonight. He is the crew chief. Chris Conroy is at first. Joey Amaral is at 2nd base, and Tom Newsom is around at 3rd. Up high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Pete confirmed today that Ryan will be in the starting lineup on Monday because the Reds are throwing a right-hander. But Darren Ruff will be in the starting lineup on Wednesday because the Reds are throwing a left-hander. So he's going to go forward with the platoon. Howard last night came off the bench. Matt, if you could hear the cheers of the fans when Ryan stepped to the plate in Reading, it was fantastic.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. I had goosebumps knowing that he got a standing ovation.
Yeah.
I just like the fact how he came across home plate when he scored.
J.J. Hardy takes care of him. That's 6-3 on the putout. 2 reactions last night. Howard and Carlos Ruiz when they were chanting Carlos's name for Pete to get him into the lineup. And he did. Carlos, of course, went in and played 3rd base, as you would expect.
Absolutely.
Last night. He told Michael Franco, he said, hey, listen, I'm going over there to win a job. We're 3rd base. Here's Cameron Rupp. All he did in this spring was hit. That one's a slow roller left side. Machado charges. Just gets Cameron at first. 5-3 on the put out, 2 away. And Will Venables coming up. Venable playing right field tonight. Pete was saying before the ball game today, he said, you know, I haven't seen enough of Will Venable. I have seen him in the past, but let's put it this way. I really like Cedric Hunter. And we'll probably make the decision the last day we have to. But to Venable's credit, he said, I have no expectations on the future. I'm just here in camp. If it means I have to go to AAA to prove myself, then I'll go to AAA and prove myself. As he loops a single to left field. It's his second hit since the Phillies signed him.
Well, and depending on what happens, I know Cedric Hunter, they love the way he swings the bat, the way he approaches the game. At least you know if Will does not make the team, which I have no idea if he's going to or not, there's depth in the minor leagues, which is huge.
Hey, you add him, let's say Venable or even Cedric, to that depth in the minor leagues. You add that to some of the young players the Phillies have, and then one of the objectives has been met. Oh, no balls and 2 strikes.
Well, I can say this about Will Venable. Was a teammate of mine in 2010. I know it's hard to believe that I had a teammate here, but tremendous teammate. Tremendous guy.
There's Vance Worley throwing out Aaron Nola. Matt, don't sell yourself short. I can count at least 2 or 3 guys on the field tonight that were your teammates. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left for the Phils. 2 of the Bucks here in Philadelphia. On Comcast Sportsnet, watch the 2016 Phillies start a new season against the Reds. Get live reports from Cincinnati, plus exclusive interviews and expert analysis. Get total Phillies opening day coverage Monday starting at 3, only on CSN. Well, for years, the Cincinnati Reds were the traditional opener to Major League Baseball. That's not the case with the way they've adjusted things with a Sunday game. But I'm excited to be in Cincinnati, which, as we said, has a lot of history to it for opening day. I'm excited to be in Cincinnati for that opening.
It should be a good time. It's always nice to go to a ballpark opening day. Just the atmosphere. I wish you could have the atmosphere for every game like you have on opening day. It's just something different knowing you're out of spring training. It's just, I tell you what, it's a great feeling.
Well, I think that's part of it. The atmosphere of opening day. If there's a way to bottle it, And for years, the Phillies had that during the regular season, where it would carry over from opening day to every other home game that they had.
You know, and honestly, it's hard to describe what it's like opening day. You know, I've been a part of a ton, and either playing or not playing, it's just the fact that you get the little goosebumps, you get the little, not necessarily nervous, but you're wired to go. You can't wait to get on that field opening day. Yeah, it's a long process of introductions and whatever goes on, but it's so worth it though.
0-2 pitch coming to Jones as the rain starts to fall here. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. A little bit of lightning flashing above. It's poncho time, Matt.
This is always the fun time of watching people.
Well, it's still spring training. Spring training for ponchos. You better hurry up.
And she's leaving.
Yeah. Left side, big hop for Freddie Galvis. And 1 out. Adam Jones retired. Chris Davis is coming up. Honey, I just got the poncho on. I'm not leaving. All right. Got to pick your battles. Got to pick your battles. Chris Davis reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. Sinker low. I think you're looking now at the velocity of Aaron Nola. It's at 91, 92. That's pretty much where he will sit. Started the game at 94. I don't know if he would sustain 94 for an entire ball game.
And I'm not sure if I'd want him to.
Yeah.
Seems like when he gets down 91, 92, it seems like he has a little better movement.
I like the fact he's throwing his changeup so much tonight.
I agree 100%, Tom. Back-to-back pitches right there. Now, we've talked about it throughout the spring training, and you face a guy that throws a fastball, curveball, and a changeup. The guy who can't throw a lot of changeups, or he doesn't throw a lot of changeups for strikes, you just put that in the back pocket. You don't worry about that. Now you look after 2 pitches, fastball, curveball.
Outside, that one sailed a little bit. Breaking ball and a call. Strike 3, and Davis knew it. 4 strikeouts for Aaron Nola. 2 outs here in the 3rd.
This is a pitch where you just tip your hat. There's nothing you can do with that ball. Backdoor curveball gets his outer third of the plate. As a left-handed hitter, you just give up on it. Just hope it spins and never breaks over.
Well, Mark Trumbo struck out his only time up. He was the 2nd strikeout in that inning. Fastball, and it's 0-1.
Interesting. Trumbo's first at bat, they had the big shift on him.
Yeah.
All 3 on the left side, except for Ryan Howard. Now they're playing more up the middle a little bit. Still playing them to pull, but straight away in the outfield.
Well, Duble's fairly deep out in center field. Outside and low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 51 pitches now for Aaron. Well, this is 22 minutes ago, and watch as we put on our weatherman caps. Look at it goes. There comes the rain rolling through. Tom LeMaine, longtime weatherman, is here tonight. He assured us that any rain would not be here that long. He said, Thomas, I don't come to a ball game if there's a threat of a rain out. Aaron Nola with a 1-2-3 third inning. He has 5 strikeouts through 3. We'll head to the bottom of the third with the Phillies and the Orioles tied at 1. Is brought to you by Papa John's. The day after every Phillies win, get 50% off regular menu price pizzas using the promo code Phillies online at papajohns.com. And by WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. Well, moments ago, Alan Porter and Mike Bucholder were chatting about the weather, and Alan said, go back in, Orioles. Go back to your dugout. We're going to put the tarp on the field. It has picked up in its intensity. It shouldn't be a long storm, but then again, what do we know? We didn't really anticipate there would be a shower at this point, but Mother Nature is unpredictable. So here in the bottom of the third, we have hit a rain delay. The Phillies and the Orioles tied at 1. Final exhibition game of the season. That'll count towards spring training stats. Tomorrow, of course, the Futures game at 1 o'clock here at Citizens Bank Park. So we're going to hang out here at the ballpark. We'll keep you up to date. We'll get a chance to let you view a great video put together by Video Dan Stevenson. It's the 2015 Phillies Yearbook. The field is ready to go. L.J. Hose will take over in right field for the Baltimore Orioles. In fact, their whole outfield is different. Xavier Avery is in center field, and Julio Borbon is the new left fielder for the Baltimore Orioles. There's Julio. Steve Tollison will take over for Manny Machado over at third base. And the new pitcher is Edgar Olmos, who will take over for Vance Worley. Freddie Galvis will start things off. The Phillies and the Orioles tied at 1. The first pitch after the rain delay is in there for a strike. So we resume. Olmos was acquired from the Chicago Cubs just 8 days ago. Phillies saw him when he was with the Marlins organization, former third-round draft pick. His numbers last year, though, in Seattle's organization, a 3.55 ERA. He still, even though he just arrived 8 days ago, has a chance to make the Orioles roster. They're without Brian Mattis, so they're looking for another lefty out of the bullpen to help their cause.
And finding a lefty that throws 95 with a big curveball does not hurt.
Yeah, going to the Cubs this year, it wasn't his choice. He was actually with the Orioles, and then the Cubs picked him up off waivers. And when he became available again, the Orioles were able to get him back. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Galvis. And Freddie pulls it to third. Tollison stays down on it. Phillies will also have a new pitcher once the top of the 4th inning resumes or begins, because Aaron Nola is done after 3. Pete Buchanan did not want to put him back out there, of course, after sitting for a while. Ernesto Frieri is warming up in the pen. We saw him last night in Reading. Cesar Hernandez takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Cesar singled his only time up. Another chopper left side, charging J.J. Hardy. And there are 2 outs.
Well, I kind of wish I had a chance to see Nola pitch a little longer today. But that being his last start of spring training, he probably was only going to go for the 4,
I would agree,
maybe 5 innings, 60, 65 pitches. But what we've saw of him of 3 innings, outstanding.
By the way, Matt, if J.J. Hardy was in the clubhouse thinking that he was still fielding balls at shortstop,
he's not.
He's not. That is Paul Janisch, who's in at shortstop. The veteran, former Cincinnati Red. Here's Odubel Herrera, who reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. He's 0 for 1. First pitch is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Yeah, I think that you can take away from Nola that he's ready to go. I mean, he was sharp. Location was really good. His changeup was excellent here tonight. Alan Porter made a delayed call. Odubel is laughing now. Here we go. You think he was fooled?
I think so.
Sammy doesn't look as amused. Off the end of the bat, that's flared out to left field. Charging it is Borbon, and the side is retired. So Ramos retires the Phils 1, 2, 3. We have 3 in the books. On to the 4th in a 1-1 game. Monday, April 17th, when they wrap up a 3-game series against the Washington Nationals. All fans 14 and under will receive that right there. It's the Fanatic Flare Hair Visor. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. Fanatic was on Good Morning America this morning on ABC with all of the other mascots around baseball. Not all of them, but most of them. See that scorecard? It's very well done. They've got changes already added to it for Baltimore. Now they're going to have to make the changes for the Phils. The first one they have to make is Ernesto Frieri, who will come on and pitch in back-to-back games. Frieri, this is his 7th ball game, a 6.75 ERA. We were mentioning last night, Matt, that Bob McClure said that they've tinkered with his motion a little bit over the last several starts. They feel like it's hepped up his velocity, which is a good adjustment for him.
Yeah. Well, he was a guy that was crossfire, step towards third base and shoot across his body. Calmed it down a little bit, but not a lot.
He'll face Pedro Alvarez to start off the 4th inning. Pedro grounded out to second base his first time up. In there. Out of play over the third base dugout, heading toward the Hall of Fame club. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Matt, that is a live baseball. It's free for anybody to take right now.
Trying to figure out who got it down there.
Check swing. And no appeal. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I think it finally stopped rolling and trickling down the seating area. Pedro Alvarez was out on the open market for quite some time this past offseason, signed right before spring training by the Orioles, actually right after spring training started. Game started. Near the dirt, ball 4, a leadoff walk.
Which is interesting that he would go that long as a free agent. Still young. He's not getting. I mean, he's getting up there a little bit of age, but he still has tremendous power. Good hitter. Surprising it took that long for an American League team to jump all over that and offer him a contract where you know what you're going to get out of him.
Yeah, I think the strikeouts really is what was the problem for folks.
Strikeouts, you hit a ground ball. What's the difference for a power guy? Honestly.
Avery takes on the outside corner. His first at bat. He's had a good spring. Hitting over 300 this spring. 3 home runs. Just a bit outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Popped up. Michael Franco over toward the railing, and he's out of room.
Especially with the signing of Alvarez, playing in that ballpark where the ball, let's just say, carries pretty good.
It's a good ballpark for him.
To right field.
It's an excellent hitter's ballpark overall. I mean, you played there. I mean, great batter's eye.
It's nice to play in one of those ballparks where you don't have to overswing. You take a nice easy swing and the ball still will jump out towards the warehouse.
Alvarez goes. That's a balk because Frieri already started to the plate. And he'll go to second base. Alvarez will. They had him. He already started his motion.
Problem is you can't do an inside move to second base with the man on first.
Right. All he really needed to do was step off and turn. Instead, he did this. Yeah. If there was music played in the background, the move will look good. Try to get the out here in a 1-1 game in the top of the fourth.
Seen a lot more sliders than I have in the past. It seems like he's getting away from throwing that good fastball.
Out to left field. That's well hit. Hunter going back toward the wall, turned around, jumps, and it is gone. Into the flower bed, a 2-run opposite field home run for Avery. And the Orioles lead it 3-1. He's not going to throw it back.
No.
That's his 4th home run of the spring.
And I can see why, because this is a very nice swing. Attacks the ball, head down. Almost looked like there's a pop-up coming off his bat.
Cedric Hunter getting used to this ballpark. Paul Janisch, the batter. Nobody out. Janisch hitting .313 this spring. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Paul Janisch was an excellent defensive shortstop for a number of years. Played really 1 full season as the everyday shortstop for the Reds. That was back in 2011 when he played 114 games. Last year with the Orioles organization, spent 14 games up in the big leagues. And the rest of the season down in AAA at Norfolk, where he hit .235. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Way outside, 3-2. Back in front of us and out of play. Down the right field line. Will Venable give it a peek, but it's going to slice into the crowd. We are at that point this final week before the start of the regular season where there are relief pitchers that will work at back-to-back games. Coaches just want to see them, see how their arm responds, particularly, you know, potential closers, because that's going to happen. In tight, ball 4. Second walk issued by Frieri. And Caleb Joseph will be up for the 2nd time tonight.
Pitchers are basically the same as hitters. When they're trying to do too much, they might squeeze that ball a little harder, pull their fastballs. Hitters squeeze the barrel, you know, the bat a little harder and a little tighter. They want to swing a little harder. He's just leaning back and he's throwing it instead of calming himself down, which is kind of surprising, being a veteran that he is. Slow the game down, take your time, back off a little bit, and realize that the majority of the times he's missing is away to right-handers, which means he's just getting outside that fastball and absolutely just pulling it too much.
Well, that was a good job right there by Rupp to go out, because just what you talked about is trying to make that adjustment. One ball and no strikes to Caleb Joseph. Runner goes. Pitch is hit foul. Buck Showalter putting the man in motion. Little hit and run. And the count is even 1-1. Three-time manager of the year, Buck Showalter. That fastball at 92, but it's obvious just by watching, he just doesn't have enough right now to get. Now, it could be he pitched yesterday, but just to get through the hitters, get that out pitch going.
Right, but he did pitch yesterday, but still 92 miles an hour, and you see the camera up was set up inside.
Right.
And he missed by 8 or 9 inches away. Again, trying to overthrow a little bit.
1 ball and 2 strikes. The toss over to first. Back is Giannis. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Phillies do have bullpen action. That's Anthony Vasquez, who's warming up in the pen. Added to the Phillies roster for this game. Two balls, 2 strikes. Goes. Pitch is lifted in the air. Shallow center field. Giannis sees it. Odubel's coming in. So is Will Venable. And Venable makes the call and the catch. 1 out here in the 4th inning. And Steve Tollefson will be the hitter for the Orioles. I mentioned that Odubel was playing a deep center field. I'm not sure if he saw that right away off the bat. But Venable did. He had a good angle coming in. So now Tollefson will bat. Odubel taking a look at Will Venable as he's coming in.
He's looking for help.
Inside, and Rupp thought about throwing over to first.
Well, also in that last play, what made it such a long run for Will in right field and Odubel is that Cesar is actually covering second base. So he's taken out of that position where that was just a normal fly ball pop up for a second baseman to get back there.
Breaking ball, 1 ball and 1 strike to Tollefson.
That was the best off-speed pitch he's thrown so far because he backed off a little bit, didn't overthrow it. Ones before he's been throwing 85, 84. That one was at 81.
Good backhand by Cameron Rupp. Yeah, what you said before though about crossfire, and this has always been his motion.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, but Bob tinkered with it a little bit. Right now though, he's trying to figure out how can I limit the wildness, because that's what he's been. That ball's hit well. It's not coming back. Cedric Hunter's going to sit and watch it go to the foot of the upper deck. Steve Tolleson, a 2-run home run, second home run of the inning for the Orioles. And they now lead at 5-1. Well, it's the second home run of the spring. And Pete Buchanan's coming out. That's going to be all for Ernesto Frieri. Vasquez will come in. So Frieri's night is complete. The Orioles have scored 4 runs. Frieri was able to get 1 out. This was home run number 2 in the inning, and you can see he barreled that up. And he hit it a long way to left field. See where that pitch was.
Middle.
Yeah, kind of center cut. So Frieri is done. Vasquez is coming in. We'll take a break and be back. Let you know about the new pitcher when we return. Tonight, and 2 hits, 2 walks, 2 home runs, 4 runs. And he'll give way to Anthony Vasquez. We mentioned Anthony was added to the Phillies roster for this ball game. Last year in the minor leagues, Vasquez 22 starts at an ERA of 4.10. He last pitched in the big leagues back in 2011 with the Seattle Mariners. He started 7 games and was 1-6. He split time last year between AA and AAA. Pitch is lined out toward right field, and it is off the top of the wall. Venable plays it well, and that will hold Rosa to a long single. He just came in to play second base in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So Rosa is aboard, and LJ Hose will be the batter. Numbers for Hose in 26 games this spring: 273, no homers, and 4 RBIs. Chris Davis is still out in the on-deck circle, so he remains in the game for the Orioles. Pitch is low, 1-0. Vasquez this past winter pitched in just 3 games in winter ball. All 3 were starts at an ERA of 0.54.
By the way, that was a tremendous play by Venable playing that ball off the wall and keeping it to a long single.
We mentioned this last night and even in the last game in spring training. He does have a good arm. So once he got to it and peeled it off the wall quickly, he was able to hold him to that single. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Just off the inside a bit. It's 2-2. Kind of get an idea of the kind of pitcher that Vasquez is. He's not going to overpower you. A fastball in the mid to high 80s, but he's got to be able to locate it, and he certainly is trying to keep these hitters out front. We mentioned a veteran guy. Phillies are giving a chance here to get a look.
That's where a pitcher you think you just made a very good pitch low and away. It's out of the strike zone. He had him full, and he just makes a little bit of a foul ball to stay alive after throwing a fastball inside and back-to-back changeups.
To the right side, and that one squirts through for a base hit. Rosa will stop at second. So the Orioles now have sent 8 men to the plate in this inning, and Chris Davis will bat with 1 man down. Got to be a little careful here with Chris Davis. Phillies will play 1 more game here tomorrow against their future, against the Phillies futures. That's a 105 first pitch. Then it's off to Cincinnati. It's actually kind of neat looking around baseball today and even yesterday, but mostly today. And we'll do the same tomorrow as teams are playing other teams in their home ballparks or at other sites around the country, or in the Blue Jays case, the Blue Jays and the Red Sox in a different country. Cubs and the Mets are playing in Las Vegas. The Blue Jays and the Red Sox are playing in Montreal. Well, Matt, you said they're expecting what, over 100,000 again?
Over 100,000 for the 2-game series.
No balls, 1 strike to Chris Davis. Check swing, 1 ball, 1 strike. Now that, Las Vegas has a AAA affiliate. Whether baseball goes there eventually, if there's any kind of expansion or if a team moves, that's a question for another day. Montreal, though, they're trying to build feasibility that they'll move baseball back to Montreal if there's expansion or a team moves. They're playing at Olympic Stadium, which is the home of the home of the Expos. They would probably get a new facility downtown.
Well, they would have to. Everyone says they have to build beside the Montreal Canadiens Stadium next to their rink.
It's a big place.
Yeah, it is.
Davis checks his swing. No swing. This is the third base umpire.
When I was with Oakland a few years ago, we used to go to Vegas all the time and play like a 3-game tournament. So 3 teams would go. You'd have like say you play the Blue Jays 1 game, Detroit another game, and vice versa. You'd be there for about 5 days. It was a tremendous time. And we actually, one of the seasons, we opened up the ballpark in Oakland. The center field wasn't fixed yet, so we opened up the season in Vegas.
Oh, did you really? I remember that.
Versus Detroit and Toronto, I believe.
So you played 6 games there to start the season? I didn't realize that. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Davis waits with runners on first and second. And he hits that one off his hands out towards shallow right field. It's going to drop in front of Venable. The umpire slipped down, but then got up quickly to signal safe. And the bases are loaded. I think somebody's going to need a new pair of pants. That is Joey Emerald. Look at him, bottom right corner of your screen. Whoop. Hey, I have to say, he went down and got back up pretty quickly. And now a meeting on the mound. Bob McClure out to talk with Vasquez. You've got the bases loaded and still one man down. Phillies bullpen is not stirring just yet. Chris Davis is going to exit the ball game as Flaherty's going to come in to pinch run for him. We take a look at our Toyota leaders, and this is why they wanted to re-sign him, and they gave him a whole lot of money because he is, since 2012, the Major League leader in home runs with 159.
With a down year 2 years ago.
With a down year, average-wise, but yeah.
I mean, he hit 50. What, he hit 50 something?
Yep.
The 1 year, the next year
dipped down into the 20s.
And then he was back up to the 40s.
You want to talk about somebody that thrives in a ballpark? Well, he would thrive in any ballpark. Here's Julio Bourbon up for the first time, up with the bases loaded. Phillies will play the infield for 2. Now that's 1 ball and no strikes. Ground ball to first, a foul ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. Your guy Kirby knocked the ball down over there. Adam Jones is letting him hear it. Got to feel that cleanly. I mean, if you're going to train the rain, you got to be able to feel that one, not knock it down. 2-2. Oh, nice catch.
See, Curbs, that's how you do it.
Yeah,
man.
that's exactly it. That cat right there just made a one-handed grab. Take a look. Whoop. Off the hands, that'll be tough to get to. Galvis charges. He'll get the runner at first just in time. A run scores. So it's an RBI for Bourbon, and it's 6-1 Orioles on top. That was a good play by Freddie, though.
Tremendous play. Bourbon got jammed pretty bad, but tell you, he got down the line very quick. Watch how quick this ball is in and out of the glove, and a strong off-balance throw. Very nice play.
It's the part of the game that Freddie has talked about that he wants to improve on this year. He was great today at the Chamber of Commerce event, and somebody even asked him about his defense. You know, offensively he was good last year. 17 errors though, and somebody asked him about his, you know, does he need to improve his defense, or has he worked on improving his defense? And Freddie, with a big smile on his face, turned his head and looked at the person and was honest, saying, yeah, I needed to work on my defense, and he felt like he did this offseason. Pedro Alvarez walked to start this 5-run rally. Ground ball to first. Ryan Howard stays down on it, and that will do it for the 4th inning. But the Orioles put 5 runs on the board. They get a couple of home runs. They lead 2. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. It's 6-1. Baltimore on top. This hybrid fleet is nothing short of a home run. Visit your local Toyota dealer today and buy Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Bottom of the fourth inning, Orioles lead at 6-1. They scored 5 runs in their half of the fourth. Now the Phillies will go back to work against Edgar Olmos. They'll send Maikel Franco, Cedric Hunter, Ryan Howard to the plate. Here in the home fourth. Vance Worley started. He went the first 2. Worley allowed 3 hits during his 2 innings of work. And now Franco had an RBI in the first inning on a ground out. Taken high, 1 ball, no strikes. Two and 0. In the air to left field. Forget about it. Just watch how far it goes. Into the upper deck. Maikel Franco. 9th home run of the spring. 10th counting last night. That's the longest of the spring. In fact, that's one of the longer home runs you're going to see hit here at Citizens Bank Park.
I think the last time we saw a ball hit that far was Josh Donaldson last year.
I think you're right. Very few go that far into the second deck.
Well, and that's a pitch right there with a guy swinging the bat well. 2-0. Absolutely destroyed. How loud that is.
Yeah, that's a shot.
Yeah.
Well, here's a test for Cedric Hunter after the home run by Maikel Franco. Watch the swing again. Watch the path.
Notice that front foot, he never closes up. He always stays open.
Hunter stays in there, flares it out towards center, and Avery makes the sliding grab, 1 away. Murph, I'm not sure where you're standing, but hopefully you were nowhere near that home run by Maikel Franco. No, you weren't. You're in right field.
No, I'm in right field. Had I been in left field, I'm pretty much up on that level. That ball was crushed, as you guys described. That was fun to watch. Hey, Tom, you just mentioned in the previous inning about the Chamber of Commerce event that was held here today at the ballpark. A couple hundred fans getting a chance to have a Q&A with some of the players and some of the management as well. And there were some really terrific questions that were asked of all kinds of different people in the organization. One of the questions that was asked of Pete Mackanin was about leadership in the clubhouse and where he sees that coming from this year. And I thought his answer was very interesting. He said, look, I've always believed that leadership in the clubhouse comes from the manager first and foremost. And he said, and I am ready to be the leader of this group of guys in that clubhouse. He said, no, that's not going to replace some of the other players, guys like Maikel Franco or Ryan Howard or Carlos Ruiz or Andres Blanco stepping up and being a player leader. He said, but if I think that leadership is needed, if I think a loud voice is needed inside that clubhouse, it will be mine that they will hear first and foremost. I thought that was very interesting for Pete Mackanin.
Yeah, I think that, the fact that he wants that responsibility. I mean, he's wanted the opportunity to be a major league manager for a long time, but he wants that responsibility that comes with it. I think it's great. He's assertive with it. I think he has had conversations, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, with Franco, though, that he wants him to step up and be even more of a leader as well in that clubhouse.
Yeah, he is the natural guy to, in terms of the future of the franchise, the face of the franchise, whatever you want to call it. Maikel Franco, the best player in that clubhouse. He's the natural guy to take over that leadership role. But as we've learned in the past, you can't really force that on anybody. It has to kind of come organically. But for Pete Mackanin, we've gotten to know him as a very fun-loving guy. He's a very funny guy. He's fun to be around. But when the moment that he needs to get serious, well, he'll get serious. That's pretty serious.
Yeah, that's pretty serious, Murph. It is gone. A home run for Ryan Howard, opposite way against the lefty. Pretty serious power in this inning for the Phils. It's a 6-3 ball game.
Nice to see Ryan Howard. One, just staying in there as long as you can versus left-hander. Front shoulder, foot down early. And there's that beautiful finish right there. Almost crushed.
Well, we mentioned too, against a lefty, I know there's been a lot of talk about his abilities against lefties, and right there, he stayed in. Ryan also homered in last night's ball game, so the barrage has continued for the Phils. That's 10 home runs in the last 2 games. A little different wind current here tonight. And Ryan, I think, knew as soon as he hit this one.
Just watch how he finishes, and then it's that 1-2 steps and gone.
Cameron Rupp takes outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
So let's get back to what Murph was talking about.
Okay.
About leadership. And I understand, hey, every clubhouse I've always been in, the manager, of course, has that leadership role of going in, and if he needs to, let's say, upend some tables.
Ball is knocked down by Giannis, and it gets by Flaherty. Cameron better get back to first. He started to go to seconds, and he's out. By rule, if you start to turn toward the bag, make an attempt, then you're going to be out.
Well, this is the proper call right here. Even though the ball is thrown, he looks over his shoulder. Right there, he attempted to go towards.
I think he thought the ball had gone out of play, which is what he was telling the umpire.
And that's a rule too that should change at some time. Yeah, he turned to think he was going to go to second base, but he still stayed in foul territory.
Right. But by rule, the umpire made the right call.
He made the right call.
And I think Cameron knows that now. No balls and 1 strike to Will Venable. 0-2. That ball got a piece of Caleb Joseph. They scored that in E6 to allow Rupp to reach first.
I don't think we're going to get back to Murph's comments and stuff and talk about.
Inside, Matt continued.
You just can't force a guy to be a leader in the locker room.
I would agree with you on that.
Michael Franco, he might be the quiet guy and he has fun with Freddie, whatever. He leads by example. The way he plays the game, the way he approaches the game. To me, that is the type of leader I absolutely love to see. Right? But you can't force somebody to go in the locker room and try to take the bull by the horn and say, listen, okay, I'll be the leader now. If it's not in your DNA, it's not going to happen.
Well, Venable's down on strikes. That'll retire the side. Well, whether he's going to be a leader or not, he certainly is the leader at home runs in spring training, and he might be the leader in distance. That's Maikel Franco into the upper deck here at Citizens Bank Park. And then a couple batters later, Ryan Howard followed with an opposite field shot that cuts the lead to 3 for the Orioles. We start the top of the 5th inning, and Anthony Vasquez, who did pitch in the 4th, came on in relief of Ernesto Frieri, begins the 5th inning. He does so against Xavier Avery, and quickly it's 2 balls and no strikes. Avery hit a home run in his only time up. 2-run shot. Not happy that he let that pitch go. I think sometimes when you're a lefty hitter, you can speak about this better than anybody, Matt. Sometimes when you're a lefty hitter and you're facing a lefty and you let a pitch go by that's a good pitch to hit, you're probably thinking, oh man, because now I may not get that pitch again.
Yeah, great. Now I'm done. Get a 2-0 cookie to hit, you take it, and like, oh man. But now all of a sudden you're back into a 3-1 count.
And now the pitch coming to Avery. Inside, ball 4. A leadoff walk. McDonald's opening night will take place on Tuesday, April 12th, when the Phillies take on the San Diego Padres. And all fans 15 and older will receive the McDonald's opening night T-shirt. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. Add to your collection. Paul Giannis is the hitter. He walked his first time up.
Tom, we got to remember something.
Yes, sir.
I used to sit on the bench versus left-handers, so every pitch looked good to hit from there.
Come on, there had to be at some point where you reacted that way.
Way back when.
I didn't give a specific date. That was served out to right. Venables there. One away. And Caleb Joseph will bat again. Joseph is 0 for 1. He walked, and he also flied to right. Runner goes. They've got it picked with a clean throw, and it's off the glove of Cesar Hernandez. I don't know if that got a piece of Avery or not. It looked like Ryan Howard made a clean throw, but from our vantage point, it was tough to tell whether the ball got a piece of Avery. I think it just was dropped by Cesar Hernandez. I think Cesar's saying the ball moved. Take a look.
Nice job coming off. Good.
He just dropped it.
Throw. He didn't get
good
there.
throw.
He bailed out. It's a perfect throw.
Well, it's an excellent throw by Ryan Howard.
Tremendous throw.
So stolen base. And Joseph takes the breaking ball.
Should be an E4.
A bit inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vasquez tries a pickoff play. He's pretty close. For some reason, Avery didn't think he was going to throw, so he started dancing a little bit off the bag. The dirt. Rupp keeps it in front.
situation right here. We have speed at second base. Michael Franco at third base. You got to try to hold your position as long as possible if the runner at second base tries to steal. The way you cheat is you start coming in towards the hitter, then veer off towards the bag. Stay there as long as possible.
Ground ball to shortstop. They throw to second, and they're able to get Avery now to first base. I don't know if Ryan expected the throw, although it was wide of the bag. But that was a heads-up play by Freddie Galvis to get the lead runner at second base. Avery, who made a poor decision. So 6-4 on the putout at second base. A fielder's choice for Joseph. And they're 2 outs.
Well, this might have been one of the coolest double plays I've ever seen.
I was thinking the same thing.
Good feed right there, and Cesar knowing that the ball was hit that hard coming up trying to turn 2. But he should have kept on going to third base. He had the initial jump.
Yeah, well, he may have been out at third, but then there wouldn't have been any chance for the double play.
Well, he might have been out at third base, but you know, when your shortstop goes to his left, you're taught to go ahead and advance towards third base. That still would have been a cool double play.
Would have been very cool. One of those that you would say, you watch this game for all this time and still
Never
things never seen before. Over to shortstop, and a nice sliding grab by Freddie Galvis. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits. 1 man left. Nearly a cool double play. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 6-3. Orioles on top. When the Phillies take on the Washington Nationals at 7:05, all fans 14 and under will receive the kids pullover jacket that you see right there. Purchase your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Well, I think you could say that these folks have been Phillies fans for quite some time. They've crossed from the Dave Cash era to the Ryan Matson era. So it looks like Ryan Matson may have even signed that jersey at the bottom. Boy, what a renaissance he had last year with the Kansas City Royals, huh?
Unbelievable.
This is veteran Todd Redman. Pitched last year in the big leagues with the Toronto Blue Jays. In fact, has been with the Blue Jays the last 3 seasons. Also spent some time in AAA. Peter Borges is going to pinch hit for Vasquez. As we start the home 5th inning, Orioles on top 6-3. Daniel Stumpf, one of the 2 Rule 5 selections the Phillies have in camp. Borges this spring batting .286. He does have a couple home runs. He scored 14 runs. Pops it up left side. Tollison, the third baseman, puts it away. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 5th. And then Freddie Galvis is coming up.
Peter Borges never gave us any time to let us talk nice about him.
Very nice guy, by the way.
Tremendous. He's had a tremendous spring training.
He's been very good out in the outfield, which we knew. Fastball in there. It's 0-1. Odubel's going to be the everyday center fielder, opening day center fielder. I would assume that Borges will be in the lineup in either left or right, most likely left. Two.
I really like the fact that Borges really concentrated on his batting stance this spring training. And when you have a lot of coaches in your ears, and Mike Schmidt did a good job with him of getting his hands going back into a power position where he's always been such a still hitter. And being a still hitter means there's no movement in your hands. Your first move towards the baseball is everything pulls out of the zone. Your left shoulder leaves the zone. Now all of a sudden you get that little separation. You got that little separation. And now all of a sudden, now what it does is it turns that left shoulder in. It keeps you on the ball a little longer. And that's what we talk about, staying on the ball a little longer with your upper body.
No balls and 2 strikes to Freddie Galvis. Taps it foul. We'll show that movement that you're talking about.
Well, and whenever you set up as a right-hander hitter, this is the motion you want to go in. You think about giving the bat to the umpire. See how my hands are going back?
Yeah.
My shoulders go back in with it. That makes you stay on the ball a little longer. He had a thing when he was going earlier, when he would swing, that was his first motion. So all of a sudden his left shoulder and his hips would be flying out. Think about passing that back towards the umpire. That turns the shoulders in, turns your hips in, and keeps you on the baseball a little longer. And that's what we talk about. You hear Ben and I talk about it a lot. Stay on the baseball a little longer. That's all it is, that little motion of getting in that position. Shoulder comes in, my hips square up, everything stays in solid. Now I go through the ball this way instead of going this way. See how my shoulder leaves?
Absolutely.
Now all of a sudden the bat does this. You have that, like we call it the basketball swing, because you can put a basketball between your arms. You think about staying this way down to the ball.
What will you do most times? Will you ground out to the right side or the left side, or will you pop it up when you're doing that?
If you're doing it the wrong way, if you're pulling off with your right shoulder or your left shoulder being, for a left-hander, if I'm pulling off, I'm going to hit a lot of weak fly balls to left field.
Right.
Because you're cutting your swing off, and your swing comes, you want your swing this way, right? When you pull off, my hands come this way. So now all of a sudden I'm cutting underneath the baseball, and everything cuts the ball this way. That's why you have a lot of weak fly balls.
I looked up.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
I got you. Simon says.
Here's Cesar Hernandez.
2 hands, Tom.
That's great. I did. I looked up. Cesar tonight is 1 for 2. I think what you say, though, is good for anybody watching at home, particularly kids that are still playing, whether it be Little League, Babe Ruth, high school. There has to be something to get you back to then get you forward.
It's called getting in that power position with a good load with the hands, going back. You know, I try to tell kids and whoever I do hitting clinics with, and it sounds funny, you smell the baseball. That means you keep your nose over top of the baseball. Now all of a sudden you're in the strike zone. If you can't smell that baseball and you pull off with your upper body, first of all, the ball's bouncing around. You lose the strike zone a little bit. Hands back, and that's all you have to think about, is think about passing the bat back towards the umpire, and that gets you in a good motion.
Little tapper foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Cesar.
Perfect example is Mike Franco. He gets his hands going, all of a sudden, here you go, umpire. He gets going, all of a sudden he gets fired up. He wants those hands to go back to the umpire. Boom, he's in that loaded position. Wham, he's going through that zone.
And he's in a rhythm right now where that's happening every single time.
And that's a great word, saying a rhythm. He's in that rhythm. He's not forcing his swing.
Cesar serves that one into foul territory down the left field line, and Tollison can't get to it. He gave every effort to get to it.
You know, and since I'm on a roll talking about this, It's the same with Ryan Howard. When Ryan Howard keeps his upper body closed, he keeps that right shoulder in, he drives the ball to left center.
Like
now,
tonight.
Right, or if he cuts it off a little bit, hits a weak fly ball to left field, or if you get out front a little bit, we've seen a lot of weak ground balls to the right side. That's when you pull him off, when you know you're hitting weak ground balls to the right side or left side as a right-hander, and weak fly balls left or right.
And a strike 3 called, so Cesar's down looking. Side is retired. Nothing across for the Phils. Pretty clean inning for Redmond. We've completed 5 here at Citizens Bank Park. We'll go to the 6th with the Phillies down by 3. Couple good things the Phillies had happen here tonight. The home run by Maikel Franco and the home run by Ryan Howard. They still trail it by 3 as we go to the top of the 6th inning. You take a peek at our summary for tonight. Aaron Nola with the first 3 allowed an unearned run, struck out 5. He was right on the dime with his strike zone. Vance Worley, meanwhile, pitched the first 2 innings for the Orioles. So as we go to the top of the 6th, the new pitcher for the Phils will be left-hander Daniel Stumpf. Try to make this club as a Rule 5 selection. See his numbers this spring: 9 games, an ERA of 3.97. He is out of the Kansas City Royals organization. See, 14 strikeouts at 11 1/3. That's been one of the real positives for Daniel Stumpf. Phillies have a chance to have 2 Rule 5 draft picks on their opening day roster: Stumpf and Tyler Goodell. Rosa swings at the first pitch, sends it the opposite way. Venable on the run toward the wall, reaches up, and he can't get it. It's off his glove and off the wall. And Rosa will pull into second base with a leadoff double. That'll send L.J. Hose to the plate. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph?
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Well, we're here with J.P. Crawford, another member of the Phillies Futures team. They got a chance to play against the big squad last night in Reading. Your impressions last night, we were just talking about it. An awesome crowd out there in Reading, a place that you know well. What were your thoughts on last night's game?
It was unreal. I mean, we had a bunch of fans there, and it was a good game. I mean, everybody got to see what the future is looking like and a glimpse at the big league team for this year.
You talk a little bit about you, because you were in Major League camp down in Clearwater. You got a chance to play with these guys, share the clubhouse with some of these guys. So I'm sure you've got some relationships built. But just what was that experience like for you? You know, coming in as a #1 pick with the expectations that surround you. What was Major League camp like for you?
Oh, it was great experience. I mean, you got people helping you out. I mean, everybody just great up there. They have a lot of experience. So just trying to pick some brains from everybody up there.
You got the word yesterday that you'll be starting in Reading, AA level for you. So give us your impressions of that. That's a place you ended last season. You start there this year. What's the game plan for you?
I can't wait to get going. I mean, the season starts next week, and I just can't wait to get going and start this season off right.
Do you have do you set individual goals? How does that work for you? Are you a guy that says I'm going to do this, and this, or do you just kind of let it play out?
Go with the flow. I mean, I'm just trying to win that ball game each and every night and just help my team out.
We were just talking. You guys are getting a chance to watch these guys play tonight, and I said, "What do you think about that Maikel Franco home run?" What did you say?
I think he barely got it. It's a little pop-up,
Yeah, barely got a hold of that one. You're going to get a chance to play in this ballpark tomorrow. Excited? Butterflies? What's the emotions for you?
All of the above. I'm excited. I just can't wait to get out there. I mean, been dreaming about this since I got drafted, and it finally came.
It's coming right. Yeah, you got 24 hours. We'll be out on that field. JP, good to see you. Good luck this season. We appreciate it. Guys, back upstairs.
All right, Murph, well, we got a little base running problem for the Baltimore Orioles when there's a guy on second base. The Phillies are going to try to get the out here. An awful lot of throws. They do. Well, there's one away here in the 6th inning. I think Buck Showalter's going to leave tonight's game with a few words of advice for his minor league instructors.
Yeah, I think so too. Number one is second base, the ball in front of you, stay put or go back. I like the fact that Freddie sees right there. He has him. Cesar does a nice job. He gets the ball maybe a little early. And Pete goes into the camp saying, I want no throws, which means I allow one. And that's the key of the guy who gets the ball up quick. Is like Cesar, if you run as fast as you can and get him the base runner top speed, he can't put the brakes on quick enough to turn around and go back the other direction. But he kind of had to give it up a little early because there was a lot of room in between him and the runner.
And I think Franco thought, all right, I might get to him, but I'm getting awfully close to that second base bag.
By the time he passed the ball up,
yeah,
yeah, he probably could have just tagged him.
1 ball, 1 strike to Ryan Flaherty. Now playing first base for Baltimore. Down the left field line, that'll be out of play. Cedric Hunter will give it a look. Well, he's not going to be able to share it with all 3, but they're all pretty excited that he was able to get that foul ball. Back toward the middle. Hernandez has got it. Stumbles towards second for 1. And a 4-6-3 double play. Daniel Stump has a clean 6th inning. Nice turn by Cesar and Freddie Galvis. 5.5 in the books. The Phils looking for some runs when we return to Citizens Bank Park. Future. That's right. The Phillies Future game presented by PGW. The first pitch is scheduled for 1:05 here at Citizens Bank Park, and all fans 14 and under will receive the Phillies Future Series Fathead. Get a chance to see some of the Phillies' top minor league prospects like J.P. Crawford, who Murph just talked to. Get your tickets by going to Phillies.com. Phillies have a nice crowd scheduled to be here tomorrow, but there are seats available, of course. Odubel Herrera will lead it off here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Facing Todd Redmond, Odubel tonight is 0 for 2. Outside, 1-0. Redmond had a pretty clean inning his last time out. Two balls and no strikes.
It's about time for a double to hit a laser somewhere.
Yeah. Hit that one last night, his home run, which hit off the top of the second tier of billboards at Reading.
That was a missile.
I don't know. It wasn't as fast as Ruff's, but it was pretty close.
Probably because Herrera's was right center. Ruff was more left field, down left field corner. Here's my physics.
Trying to figure out where the physics comes in.
I don't know. I failed 4 years of it.
2 and 2. Well, I compliment you that you took 4 years.
Speaking of lasers. That's a missile.
Yeah. It was out pretty quickly. Two balls and 2 strikes to Herrera. Opposite way, and then I'll sneak into left field. Well, it's not a missile, but it is a base hit for Odubel. And he is aboard to start the bottom of the 6th inning. And here comes Maikel Franco.
We talked about the hands going back, shoulder coming in. Backdoor slider, staying in there close as long as you can. Staying with the pitcher, going to left field. Pitcher perfect.
Well, that was a great shot too, just to show exactly what you were talking about. You know, the front left, but the back was still there. Here's Franco, hit a long home run his last time. Takes an off-speed pitch low. It's 1-0.
Back in the 4th inning. Listen. That's all I have to say is listen to this one. That ball is destroyed.
You heard the ball off the bat, but you heard somebody go, whoa. A little out in front through a second pitch that was soft. That was a breaking ball. Take a listen again. I think it was the gentleman sitting behind home plate that went, whoa. Herrera draws the throw over. And Freddie, of course, felt the same way. Wow.
You know, I absolutely love, listen, I love home runs. I love the fact that he's not missing mistakes. I think all the home runs this spring training, the one I like the most is the one he hit the right center in Clearwater.
Because he has that ability.
He has that ability to stay on pitches away and to drive a ball to right center.
He lays off that pitch, 3-2.
You know, you listen. You get in a pull happy mode of hitting home runs, and all of a sudden you might not close up a little bit too much or not enough, and they start pitching you away. By him making the adjustment, driving the ball to right center. So that he pulls off just a hair there.
Right.
And he's done a tremendous job early in his career of making the adjustments and going to right center and driving the ball to right field. I love when people pull the home runs, but I also love, he pulls off just a little bit. See how everything leaves? And he forces himself to stay on it just a little longer. If he thinks, okay, with 2 strikes, I can react quick enough because I have quick enough hands. Think about using the big part of the ballpark. Makes you stay on the ball a little longer.
Runner goes, pitches pulled toward third, gobbled up by Tollison. One away. Runner at second base for the Phillies. And Cedric Hunter will be the batter. Well, it all begins for good on Monday. Phillies have the game against the Phillies Futures tomorrow at 1. Monday, the Phillies will send Jeremy Hellickson to the mounds. And the Phillies will be opposed by Raisel Iglesias, who last year came to the big leagues, pitched in made 16 starts for the Reds, 18 games overall. He's out of Cuba. It will be a much different Reds team than what people are used to, aside from Brandon Phillips at second, Jay Bruce in right, and Joey Votto at first. They've kind of changed things over there. No Chapman, no Todd Frazier.
Question is, will Bruce be there tomorrow night? Or for Monday's game?
That's a good question. You got some inside dirt. They might be traded somewhere.
No. I know Toronto was after him pretty hard.
He would probably fit in Toronto. So balls in 1 strike to Cedric Hunter. That ball is drilled into right field, a base hit. Herrera is going to score. Hunter's on his way to seconds, and he'll get there standing. And that is what we've seen for a good portion of the spring from Cedric Hunter. An RBI double. It's a 6-4 ball game. Well, he has seen a job dangled in front of him, and he's going after it.
He is, and I love the at-bat because he had a fastball his first pitch. He fouled off. Now he gets an off-speed pitch, recognizes it's an off-speed, pitch a perfect swing, head down, and just destroys the baseball to right field. That's where, honestly, he's going to have to, if he goes north, if he stays here, I should say, and makes the big league team, he's going to have to make adjustments because I tell you right now, the word about him, right, is that he can hit a fastball. Doesn't matter how hard you throw it. So now, him making the adjustment, hitting an off-speed pitch and hitting a line drive, impressive.
Howard out to left field. This one's playable for Bourbon. Well, there are 2 outs. Ryan homered in his last at bat, and Cameron Rupp will be the hitter. And now a meeting at the mound. Phillies have a chance to cut into this lead again. They're down by 2. They've got a runner at second base with 2 men down. Looks like they're going to go back to their bullpen again after this inning is over. Andrew Bailey has been throwing out in the pen. There's Andrew. Shallow right field. Flaherty, the first baseman, says he has it, but he's going to be called off. And Rosa makes the catch. Side is retired. Phillies do get a run back on the RBI double by Cedric Hunter. It's a 2-run lead for the O's. Yep, HK, it all starts for good on Monday. Bank Park. Well, this is the week ahead. Monday is opening day, 4 o'clock Eastern Time on Comcast Sportsnet. The off day on Tuesday, just in case there's a little precipitation on Monday. And then Wednesday, 7 o'clock on Comcast Sportsnet. Day baseball on Thursday, day baseball on Friday. And then Saturday night game in New York. The Mets have changed their Saturday games from day games to night games. And then Sunday, the series wraps up on the Comcast Network. Here's Andrew Bailey, who will take over in his 9th ball game this spring. 2-1 with a 5.63 ERA. No walks, but he has allowed 10 hits. New catcher is Carlos Ruiz. And that pitch is fouled back. It's 0-1. Carlos hasn't caught a whole lot since he came back from Panama. Jet lag. Julio Borbón has grounded out to shortstop, but he got an RBI. So he's 0 for 1 playing left field. A little high, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Andrew Bailey was asked today about the closer's role for the Phillies, and he continued to say that he's just trying to make the club. And he said that the roles in the bullpen, I mean, this is a guy who won the American League Rookie of the Year as a closer for the A's and has been a closer for a good portion of his career. He said the roles in the bullpen are not a big deal for a lot of guys. You know, so Bob McClure and Pete Buchanan, they haven't decided if there's going to be a closer, and that's the first walk issued by Bailey this spring, or if it's going to be bullpen by committee. But Andrew said, you know, if you're the 7th inning guy, the 8th inning guy, 9th inning guy, you still have to get outs.
Exactly.
And he said, that's how I'm looking at it.
Well, I think Pete would absolutely love to have someone step up and you know, put up the numbers and say, listen, I can do it. I can close the game.
Right.
You know, a lot of guys down there have closed games in the big leagues.
Rick Kranitz, the Phillies bullpen coach. Pedro Alvarez hits that one towards second. That could be 2. Hernandez to Franco. And Burris on the receiving end. 4-5-3 double play, excuse me. I'm sure that Franco is going to walk by Freddie Galvin and say, that was easy.
Well, he gets a perfect feed. Easy double play. Tom, you and I could turn that maybe.
I would think maybe should be underlined. Where are we going to be playing? Are we going to be? You're going to be at first?
No, as long as you give me the good feed at short.
Uh-huh.
I'll get it over there.
Oh, so I'm at second?
Absolutely.
Thank you for giving me that honor of not playing somewhere where I'm anchored. 2-0. Two balls and 1 strike. Outside 3-1. He's just missing with a couple of these pitches. Andrew said today during the chamber luncheon he is still a huge Eagles fan. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 3-2. He's the kind of guy that you just root for, that you want to do well.
We talk about energy throughout the the spring training with the players. He has a lot of energy on the mound, and he is wired.
Payoff pitch coming. Swing and a miss. He got him. Had a little cut action to that last pitch. No runs, no hits, and nobody left. Looks like he's trying to figure some things out as he walks off. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Visit MLB.TV for details. Well, as the rain falls here in Philadelphia, Will Venable will lead it off against Todd Redman. No balls and 1 strike to Venable. It'll be Venable, then Carlos Ruiz, who's out in the on-deck circle. Outside again. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's Carlos. Orioles will start the year against the Minnesota Twins at home on Monday. After a .500 season a year ago, they made the postseason, made a run for the postseason the year before. They've got enough offense. It's going to come down to their pitching, as you would imagine, in the American League East.
I had a good chat with Dan Duquette earlier during the rain delay, and he was talking about their offense is tremendous. That's one area they want to work on, is their pitching.
Venable fouls it back.
I think every team can say that, though.
I would agree. There's very few teams, I mean, Mets aside, Nationals aside, that have to worry about their starting staff, but they still have to worry about their bullpens.
Well, if you look at the American League East, tell me a team that is going to dominate pitching-wise in that division.
Venable works out a walk, so he's aboard. Well, speaking of pitching, tomorrow's pitcher for the Phils, or against the Phils in the Futures game, is Jake Thompson, and he's standing by with Greg Murphy.
That's right, Tom. For the Phils and against the Phils, Jake Thompson will be throwing tomorrow. And so take us through the emotion. You get a chance to come out here at Citizens Bank Park, go up against the big league club. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm excited. For one, just being out here on this field for the first time. I've seen it. I've never actually been on it. And throwing against some of the guys that I was with in big league camp, some of the guys I got to know, so I'm excited about it.
Talk about that experience for you as well. I asked Brock and I asked JP the same question, but you get a chance to be in big league camp, and you were in a couple games, you started a game. Take us through that experience for you. Did you feel like it was what you expected, or were there any surprises?
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. Everything up there is very, very professionally done. For me, the best part about it for me was just being around some of those older pitchers, guys like Helly and Charlie. They're so smart. They've done it for a long time now. Just soaking up all the knowledge that they have was probably the best thing for me.
So the word for you guys like yourself is progression, and that's exactly what is happening for you. You'll start the season at the Lehigh Valley this year, the AAA level. Do you approach anything differently? You know, that you were in AA last year, you're in AAA this year, or is it, you know, you just go out there and you're playing baseball?
Right. I mean, it's the same game. Obviously, each level you go up, the talent gets a little bit better, and guys are a little bit smarter. So really trying to eliminate some easy mistakes that I can cut out. Is going to be a big thing for me this year, especially on that same progression towards where these guys are out playing, just cutting down on mistakes and executing my pitches.
What about tomorrow? Is there a game plan tomorrow? Are you going to get out on the mound? You're going to try to take it all in? Are you going to be focused? What's the thought?
No, I'm going to be focused. You know, it's my last outing before the season actually starts, so I want us to be crisp and you know, hopefully it goes well. But yeah, I just want to get out there and perform my abilities.
All right, Jake, we're looking forward to it. Good luck tomorrow.
Right, thank you.
Thanks for your time. Guys, back upstairs.
All right, Murph. Jake Thompson, Phillies acquired from the Texas Rangers in the Cole Hamels trade. And they are very high on him. Carlos Ruiz at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The rain falls. Over to third. Tollison has it. He'll get the lead runner, and that'll be it. As Carlos is able to leg it out. 5-4 on the put out at second base. Carlos just beats this out.
It's a great shot, just showing how Will Venable goes into second base knowing that he can't slide by. He can't do a late slide. He wanted to go with his hands and tackle the feet, but he kind of left it alone.
All part of the new rules this year. Freddie Galvis will be the hitter. Galvis is 1 for 3. That infield hit his first time up. And he rips that one right past Mickey Morandini. Mick had no chance on that one even to move. He just woof. So you want to be a major league first base coach. There's Mickey. No balls and 2 strikes. So he's down by 2 here in the bottom of the 7th. Way inside, 1-2. Bone will give it a peek, and it's out of play.
I tell you, as a left-handed hitter, and the first 2 balls that Freddie hit down past Mick at first base, you feel good about your swing because you're barreling those baseballs. You're not really hooking them. You're getting your hands to them and pulling them through, and you get a feeling that comes across saying, doesn't matter how hard he throws, there's nothing getting by him.
Runner goes. He taps that one up the first base line, and Flaherty will take it to the bag. 2 outs. Carlos up to second base. And Buck Showalter's coming out. That may be it for Redmond. Cesar Hernandez is due up. Well, rain or shine, Buck wants a new pitcher in the ball game. So we've got a pitching change. McFarland is going to come in to face Cesar Hernandez. So Hernandez will bat right-handed against the lefty. 2 men down here at the bottom of the 7th. Phillies down by 2. They've got a runner in scoring position. We'll come back to Citizens Bank Park right after this to tell you about the new pitcher. writer Jim Salisbury on Twitter and on CSNPhilly.com. Jim's been off the last couple of days, but we'll be back with the Phils when they head to Cincinnati this Monday. Corey Seidman is doing a great job covering in Jim's place this weekend. McFarland had been warming up in the bullpen for the Orioles, so he's coming on, and Cesar Hernandez will bat right-handed. TJ McFarland has appeared in 7 games so far this spring. Has allowed 19 hits, 3 walks in 11 1/3. So the Phils have the tying run coming to the plate here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Rain's lightened up a little bit. Home plate umpire Alan Porter got a visit in between innings as Ruiz takes his lead off second base from Mike Buckholder, the director of grounds here in Philly. Mike's got a brand new playing field, brand new playing surface that he's dealing with this year. Kentucky Bluegrass has returned to Citizens Bank Park. Looking thick and lush.
This field's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's unbelievable.
1-0 pitch coming to Cesar in the dirt. Joseph keeps it around his area. And it's 2 balls and no strikes.
It's a busy day in Philadelphia tomorrow, don't we? Baseball, hockey, basketball,
everything. Sixers are playing tonight in Charlotte. Flyers are steaming toward a postseason bid. Did you get the lowdown from JJ tonight? Get your Flyer fix, your hockey fix?
I gave him mine.
Oh, yeah. 2 balls and 1 strike. Over toward the hole, cut off by Tollison. And the side is retired. So no runs, no hits. 1 man left for the Phils. 7 in the books. We'll move to the 8th inning in a 2-run game. Phillies take on the Washington Nationals. There's the giveaway right there for all fans 14 and under. It's the kids pullover jacket. Tickets can be purchased like everything else by going to Phillies.com. Well, we move to the top of the 8th inning, and Andrew Bailey returns to the mound after throwing 12 pitches in the 7th inning, and he'll face Paul Janisch. Delivers a strike. It's 0-1. Tanner Scott is throwing in the bullpen for the Orioles. That one's lifted in the air to shallow right. Venable comes dancing through the rain to make the catch. And there's 1 out. Bobby Laframboise, who's already been sent out by the Phils, is back up to pitch in this game. I thought he actually threw really well in the spring.
Very well. Only had, what, 2 runs?
Yeah, he looked good. Here's Caleb Joseph. Swinging at the first pitch, shallow right field. Again, Venable comes in. 2 outs. There's the lefty Scott we're talking about. A bunt up the third base line. Franco bare hands, throws in time. What a play by Michael Franco. Smiles all around. He's looking for Freddie Galvis right now. That was a heck of a play by Michael. The ball was bunted sharply, and it gave Franco enough time to charge in. He's taking a peek at it right now. Well, here you go, Michael. A look at it. Pretty clean. And a clean throw to boot. A 1-2-3, 8th inning for Andrew Bailey. During the spring than Steve Henderson, who you see going to get a drink right now, talking to Cesar Hernandez, the Phillies hitting coach. The first half of the spring, the Phillies were leading most of the Grapefruit League in runs scored, in OPS, and in home runs. They've continued to be near the top or better than most in those categories. The last couple of nights, they've hit 10 home runs. Andrew Bailey, he won't get a chance to hit here, but he threw 2 very good innings for the Phils. So now as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, here is Tanner Scott, a left-hander who is flying through the Orioles system. It's actually a pretty cool story. Scott, who was drafted by the Orioles in 2014 out of Howard Junior College in the state of Texas. He's on to face Odubel Herrera. See how that ball jumps? Well, that's a guy who throws 98 from the left side. When he arrived in college, at junior college, he was a 90-mile-an-hour left-handed pitcher who they say always left with sore arms because his motion was just not good. Well, his pitching coach and his head coach in college cleaned up his delivery, and by the end of that season, he was throwing 98 miles an hour. Orioles drafted him last year after finishing the minor league season. He went to the Arizona Fall League And that's where folks started to buzz a little bit more about his abilities. Those are his numbers from the minors a season ago. Pretty good chance that he'll find his way to Baltimore at some point this year. I mean, think about, I mean, he's not the size of Jake Diekman.
Right.
But this is, you know, this is like Jake Diekman velocity coming at you from the left side without the awkward angle.
Yeah, and this guy has a quiet delivery. It's a simple delivery. Be interested to see what kind of secondary pitching is.
No balls, 2 strikes. You might see it here. Well, no. Secondary pitch right now is a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Elevated.
Dave Wallace played catch with him back in early February. He's the pitching coach for the Orioles, and he said that's where he noticed how the ball was coming out of his hand, how quickly it was coming out of his hand, how easily it was coming out of his hand. Before he went to the junior college, he had pitched in another college in Ohio. He had 47 walks and 37 in the 3rd innings. He said he was all arm. I don't think he's all arm anymore.
No, he's not. Finally going to see a slider here. Now, if this was a veteran pitching, he'd throw it again. After throwing a bad slider, back it up with another slider. Here it comes.
Well, we know he has a good fastball.
But the thing is nowadays, a good fastball is useless because you see it every day. 97, 98, 99, and guys taking tremendous swings at it.
Well, Scott is 21 years old. 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Like, lefties aren't supposed to feel that comfortable versus another left-handed pitcher throwing 99 miles an hour.
I don't think if I was a lefty I'd feel comfortable.
No, I wouldn't. Wait, I didn't.
There's a line drive, base hit for Odubel Herrera. All right, so that was basically because of the fact he couldn't throw a slider for strikes.
Exactly. So now all of a sudden, now you just back off, especially with the guy throwing that hard. If you take a nice, easy swing, like Herrera didn't come out of his shoes and try to hit that ball 9 miles. He took a nice, easy swing. The velocity of that ball coming off his bat. This is a low and away fastball. Look at that nice, easy swing, and look how hard that ball comes off. Shoulder stays in, foot down early, head down, drives it. Unbelievable.
Well, here's Andres Blanco pinch hitting. Blanco 282 this spring. Gets that one in the air to shallow right field. And he dropped it. Herrera's trying to get to second base, and he is there in time. Good hustle. I don't know if LJ Host just took his eyes off it. Or if he peeked to see where Herrera was. I think Buck Showalter is asking if they should review that or not.
He calls it early enough.
Oh, he was under it. Yeah.
He blocked himself out.
Yeah, he just dropped it. Well, they score at E9. And Buck is not going to challenge this. I actually had forgotten about the fact we are in a major league ballpark, so the challenge rules are in effect.
Or are they?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they are today.
Yeah. Cedric Hunter takes down low, 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the play at second base. Look how hard he's running. His hand was there, but it was close. And Hunter hits it out toward right field. Hose on the run, going back toward the track, makes the catch on this one. Odubel tags from second. It'll go to third. No, there's not much else you could do if you're Cedric Hunter. Put a good swing on it. And Emmanuel Burris will be the batter. Well, Buck Showalter's coming out to make another pitching change. He has a right-hander warming up. Pedro Beato was loosening up, so it looks like he's going to be the next one in. A pitching change here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies down by 2. They got a couple runners on here in the bottom of the 8th. For the Orioles, the Phillies have runners on first and third, and 1 man down. Beato, who we last saw in the major leagues with the New York Mets. So far this spring, an ERA of 1.29. He was also in the big leagues with the Atlanta Braves. That was back in 2014. I don't think we saw him when he was with the Red Sox. Maybe we did. He was only with the Red Sox for 14 games. I think it was the Mets. I know we saw him with the Mets, but he has been with 2 other teams. But he's had a good spring, and now Emmanuel Burris will bat. Burris also has had a good spring. He's 9 for 32. He can play first base. He can play second. He can play the outfield. That ball's in the dirt. It'll allow Blanco to go to second base. So a wild pitch puts the tying run at second. That ball got a piece of Alan Porter. Darren Ruff has come out in the on-deck circle to pitch hit. There's Darren. Inside, 2-0. We will not know until Sunday. We might know before that, but Sundays we'll probably know what the Phillies 25-man roster will look like pretty good chance that Burris is going to be on that roster.
There is.
2-0 pitch. Down low again, 3-0. He's been with the Giants and the Nationals in the big leagues, so this is not new to him. He has played well this spring. 31 years old, out of Washington, D.C. Former first-round pick by the Giants back in 2006. And he takes 3-0, 3 balls, 1 strike. His first year was 2008 in the big leagues, and he played in 95 games for the Giants, hit 283 in those 95 games.
Well, if he throws that 3-1 pitch like he did 3-0,
bam,
we're up by 1.
Tapper over to first. Phillies will pull within 1. Burris gets an RBI on the ground out as Herrera scores, so it's a 6-5 ball game. So now Darren Ruff will be the batter. Batting for the pitcher, Andrew Bailey. Good numbers this spring for Ruff. It doesn't include the home run he hit last night. The 3-run home run he hit last night against the Futures. Pete talked about he has changed his swing path. That's what he said today. As that ball squirts away from Joseph, but not too far. Now, is it shorter, Matt? Is that what he's talking about? I mean, everything looks the same.
I have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes, as you know, those things are subtle.
It could be anything with your top hand a little different, your bottom hand. He has the same setup.
Might be a little closer to the plate, not much though. That one got a piece of Alan Porter. This one got out pretty quickly.
Yeah, don't blink. Don't miss it.
Took 3 seconds to get out of the yard. 1 ball, 1 strike to Darren. And now 1-2. Boy, Alan Porter is just getting beat up behind home plate. All right, son, we're going to give you a game in your backyard. You're going to do the plate, though. Alan Porter grew up about 15-20 minutes away from here.
Now, do the major league umpires do the game tomorrow, or do you have?
Well, that's a good question. It is. I think it's one for our research department because yesterday there were local umpires that did the game. My thought would be that these guys will stay since they're here, but
I'm thinking since it's a big league ballpark.
Yeah. In the air to left field. That one is way out of here. A 2-run home run for Darren Ruff, and the Phillies take the lead. It's a 7-6 ball game. Well, we said he hit one last night that was out pretty quickly. This one had a little more height to it. It got out fast, though.
Indeed.
And that'll cap off what has been an excellent spring for Darren Ruff.
Watch the location. This ball's inside. He tucks his hands in, close to his body, and absolutely crushes it.
Will Venable rolls over on 1, and that's the final out here in the 8th inning. However, the Phillies have come back. Well, excuse me. Was that a foul ball? Or is it catcher's interference?
No, I said he was off the bag.
Oh, really? I was starting to write it down. All right, so Darren Ruff will continue to watch. I am not sure what the Phillies, what Freddie Galvis is doing. Oh, Hinojosa was coming in for the bullpen. He bit also. All right, so looking at the replay, apparently Flaherty missed the bag. Oh, he missed the bag. He sure did. Whoa. Good job.
Seriously?
Well, they've shrunk the bag down this year, Matt.
What?
So Venable is
What did we
safe.
say earlier?
There's some things that you watch for years and years and never see, and then one night you'll just see it.
Seriously?
Yeah. Carl, how'd they score that one, baby? E3. You already wrote it down. E3. Oh, and 1 to Carlos Ruiz. And that ball got a piece of Carlos. So the inning continues.
You sure it's E3 or BC3?
Bad call 3.
Brain cramp.
Brain cramp. Well, I think you could probably put it in parentheses. Freddie Galvis is up once again. Galvis tried to check his swing. No swings. This is the third base umpire.
He loves that split finger fastball. One thing about a split finger fastball, if it stays up in the zone, you connect on it, they go a long way.
Chopper foul, and it remains 1-2 to Galvis. You know, we left Clearwater the other day with the Phillies coming from behind. They're coming from behind here. They have a lead. It's one of the things we were talking about, that they haven't given up. And hopefully that carries over to the regular season. That sort of attitude and personality. Galvis swings, and did he foul that one? They're going to say yes, it's a foul ball. Caleb Joseph was trying to sell it. One ball, 2 strikes. Matt, I've been given the answer to our question of the umpires tomorrow. Our research staff, which is vast, it even includes retirees. Mike McConey, one of our official scorers here, says it'll be local umpires. They'll be upping tomorrow. As Freddie Galvis is retired, and the Phils are in the 8th inning. However, they have taken the lead. Darren Rupp off the bench. A 2-run home run has given the Phils a 7-6 lead as we go to the top of the 9th inning. 11 homers the last 2 days for the Phils. deliveries of the game. Take it away, Maikel Franco.
Exactly right. We talk about his hitting all the time, while his defense today has been very good. This play here, wet surface coming in full speed, barehanded, making a strong throw to first base. And then, of course, in the fourth inning, he comes up and absolutely demolishes 2-0 fastball, crushed the left field for his 27th of the spring training. Those are your W.B. Mason deliveries of the game.
That's a good night for Maikel Franco. Andres Blanco's over third now for Maikel. And Dyer Hinojosa will take over to try to close this baby out for the Phils and give them their 16th spring training victory. Hinojosa, a 4.50 ERA.
And the only reason why it's 4.5 ERAs.
Yeah.
He's had 2 bad outings back to back, and that was it.
First pitch is a fastball outside. It's 1-0. Well, he'll be in the mix depending on what Pete decides to do from a closer standpoint. Out to right center field. Boy, that is well hit, and it is gone. We are tied up at 7. This kid's 3 for 3 today. He's hit some balls hard. He's got a single, a double, and a home run in his 3 at-bats.
Fastball out over the plate. Comes back to the middle. Collecting his 3rd knock of the day and a big home run to tie the ball game in the top of the 9th.
That's some opposite field power right there. Rosa is a 26-year-old from the Dominican Republic. All he did was hit .358 in winter ball. He had 44 hits, hit 4 home runs. In the Dominican League last year between AA and AAA, he had 5 home runs and hit .249. He's turned it up a little bit. By the way, his 3 hits tonight now give him 12 hits in 21 spring training at-bats. Oh, 0-2 to LJ Hose. That one's hit out toward right field. Venable on the run over toward the corner and gets there. One away. And Ryan Flaherty will be the batter. Flaherty grounded into a double play in his only at bat. 4-6-3 double play back in the 6th inning. Phillies will have Cesar Hernandez, Odubel Herrera, and Andres Blanco due to bat in their half of the 9th inning. We don't know this for a fact, but I don't think this game, if it's tied, is going to run past 9 innings tonight. I mean, we don't know, but I can't imagine.
I think it's safe to say.
So I get a miss, 2-2.
Especially, I think both teams have used the bullpen a
little bit more because of the rain.
expected.
Yeah.
You know, Host's best pitch so far has been a split finger. He's having a hard time locating his fastball. That was a 91 in the dirt. The home run was a fastball down the middle.
That was awfully close. It just missed. And it'll be ball 4, a 1-out walk. Hinojosa was wondering where that pitch was. So Julio Bourbon will get a chance to bat with a runner at first base. Bourbon is grounded out and he's walked tonight. He takes low. Toss over to first and back is Flaherty.
It's amazing. Every time a ball hits the dirt,
Gone.
it has to be thrown out.
Yeah. Strike zone's gotten a little smaller. He's just missing. Two balls and one strike.
Hinojosa has to make sure he comes to a complete stop. That was almost a quick pitch.
That one fades just a bit outside. It's 3-1. Hyun-Soo Kim is in the on-deck circle. He's a story all by himself. In Baltimore, in South Korea.
You would almost say Kim's situation, he's in a win-win situation.
Well, for him, yeah, you're right.
Absolutely. I mean,
because he's going to get paid $7 million. He says he's not going to go down to the minor leagues. 3-1 pitch coming to Bourbon. And there's ball 4. So that'll put runners on first and second. Back-to-back walks. And Kim will bat. And here comes Bob McClure out to chat with Hinojosa. There's nobody warming up in the bullpen. Hyun-Soo Kim was brought over with a lot of fanfare from South Korea, signed to a contract, really struggled out of the chute. And the Orioles and Dan Duquette, who you spoke about before, has said that they feel like he needs a little bit more time to get himself acclimated to pitching here in the big leagues. One of the reports said that he needs a little more time in the outfield too, that he's scuffling a little bit defensively. We saw him earlier this year. He's a 28-year-old who's hit a lot of home runs during his time in South Korea. In fact, last year at 28, had 121 runs batted in. But he just hasn't been able to catch up to major league pitching, the fastball.
You started off, what, 0 for 23, 0 for 22?
It was something along those lines, yeah.
I just find it interesting that he has the right to say, no, I'm not going to the minor leagues.
Yeah.
So either I'm in the big leagues or you release me and I'll take my $7 million and go home. Smart agent.
Well, he's got runners on first and second for Hinojosa. Outside 1-0. His on-base percentage last year in South Korea, I mean, obviously that's different baseball than here in the States, was .438. He walked 100 times, 101 to be exact. He only has 3 hits and 44 at bats. One ball and 1 strike. Low and in, 2-1. Off the end of the bat, and it's 2-2. Chopper right side. Burris has got it. They go to second for 1. Back to first, not in time. So Kim is able to beat it out. Over to third base goes Flaherty. That'll put runners on first and third with 2 men down. And Avery will be the batter. LaFramboise is up in the bullpen. Here's Bobby. Carlos Ruiz laying down some signs.
Probably gave the sign if Kim runs at first base, hold your position. You don't want to have the infielders moving and open up bigger holes or a double steal.
That ball gets away from Ruiz. Here comes Flaherty. Ruiz slips the ball off the glove of Hinojosa, and the Orioles take the lead. It'll be a wild pitch. And it's an 8-7 ball game. Flaherty was taking a chance. That ball didn't roll too far, and Carlos, even slipping, was able to make a clean toss.
The pitch is inside, right there.
Hinojosa just dropped it.
Yeah, just missed it. Tried to tag a little too quick.
So it's an 8-7 Orioles lead.
You're right, though, Tom. That was a very gutsy play by Flaherty.
Oh, yeah. Well, he probably figured we're getting out of here. That's Kim taking his lead off second. 2 balls, 1 strike to Avery. Outside, 3-1. Well, with the start of the season just a couple days away, this is not the kind of outing that Hinojosa wants to piece together. And ball 4. Avery tosses the bat aside. And that will bring Paul Janisch to the plate. Peter Cannon's coming out. That's going to be it for Hinojosa. So they're going to go to La Framboise.
Get all the bad pitches out now.
I guess so.
That's what spring training's for. Locking it in 2 days.
Lock it in.
Lock
Is
it
it
in.
that easy?
You lock it in, you put that key in your pocket, you're good to go.
Well, somebody better go look for the key. 8-7
right.
Orioles.
He's all right.
Coming on to try to get the last out. Now give the Phils one last chance offensively. They already scored 3 in the bottom of the 8th to take the lead, and now they've given it back with 2 runs here in the 9th for the Orioles. La Framboise, good spring in 7 games before he was sent down. And he will face Paul Janisch with 2 runners on base.
Lefty's hitting 083, righty's hitting 067.
Yeah, he was really good before the Phillies sent him out.
Very good.
Throws a breaking ball that's outside, 1-0. Two balls and no strikes. Well, the key in this inning is just the inability to throw strikes. Little tapper foul, and the count runs full 3-2. The runners will be off on this next pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning. 15 runs, 17 hits. The Orioles have made 3 errors. The Phillies 1. And we'll do it again.
See Boston and Toronto going into the top of the 10th inning.
Hey, they don't want baseball to end.
No.
In Montreal. Here's the 3-2 pitch coming. Runners will go again. And a line drive, couple hops over to shortstop. Freddie Galvis is there, and the inning is over. However, the Orioles have retaken the lead. They've scored 2 runs here in the top of the 9th inning. Last chance for the Phils at the bottom of the 9th when we come back, down by 1. Nationals come to town for a weekend series, the 15th, 16th, and 17th. The 17th will celebrate the Phanatic's birthday, and all young fans will receive the Phanatic visor and green hair. That's right. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. Well, the Phillies trail it by 1. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Francisco Pena will come on to catch for the Orioles. There he is. The new pitcher is left-hander Asher Tolliver. So he'll try to get the last 3 outs of this game.
Is that the 4th lefties for the Orioles tonight?
Third. Did I miss one? I have 3. Oh no, yeah, 4. You're right. You're right. Tolliver was a non-roster invitee to spring training last year in Bowie. He had an ERA of 2.91. So he'll face Cesar Hernandez to start the bottom of the 9th inning. Cesar tonight has singled once. That'll get you jumping. One ball and 1 strike. Tolliver is out of Oklahoma City University. 5th round pick in 2009. 28 years old. Up the third base line, Tollison boots it. And that's going to wind up being the 4th error of the night, if they indeed give an error to Tollison, which I'm sure they will. 4th error of the night for the Orioles.
This ball took a little kick to his right.
Yeah, it did. But he still had it, right?
He still had it. It's still in there. But you can see right there, he had to reach for it. hit it right in the heel.
All right, what are you doing here, Matt? You playing for the one run, you going for the victory?
Victory.
That's right.
I don't think I've ever seen Odubel square around the bunt. Besides his 2 knocks tonight have come off against a left-hander.
His 2 knocks have been in his last 2 at-bats. He is 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored. His average up to .405 this spring. And he hits one toward the hole. A base hit it to left field. He has 3 hits in his last 3 ABs. Phillies have the tying run in scoring position, the winning run at first.
And I stand corrected. Actually, his first hit came versus a backdoor slider from
Redmond. Right. So now Andres Blanco.
Now you go for the.
Now you go for, yeah. So now you're bunting to get the 2 runners in scoring position.
Yes.
Blanco reached on an error his last time, or his first time up. That led to the 3 runs, the 3 unearned runs the Phillies scored in the 8th inning. Orioles are expecting the bunt, and Blanco bunts it toward third. Foul.
That might come back.
I was going to say, you better go get it. He'll get it down this time. Andres is a very good bunter.
Yeah, first and second situation, you need to bunt the ball, of course, to third base. And you just need to punt it hard enough to where the third baseman fields it.
And he bunts it to the left side. Sacrifice is successful. The Phils have the tying run at third, the winning run at second base. 1-4 on the putout. And Cedric Hunter will be the hitter. Now, he has smoked the ball a couple times tonight. A double with an RBI in the 6th inning. His last at bat, it was a shot. And they're realigning the outfield for the Orioles.
Interesting, they're playing the outfielders pretty shallow.
Yeah, they are. Up high, 1 ball, no strikes. He was ready to uncork one. He threw him something soft to get him off balance. 1 ball and 1 strike. What you talked about the adjustments to that soft stuff. Tolliver's got his signs. The infield in. Runners on second and third. And Hunter fouls it back.
I gotta believe a swing like that versus a fastball from a left-hander, you just bought yourself an off-speed pitch, son. Now you need to battle, shorten up, put the ball in play.
Got him. Tied him up inside. There are 2 outs, and Burris is the last chance for the Phils.
Best pitch in baseball, the backup curveball slider. They never broke, stayed inside.
Emmanuel Burris is 0 for 1. He grounded out to first his last time up, batting left-handed. Now up here right-handed. And he hits one in the air to left field. It's going back, but Bourbon is there, makes the catch, and the Orioles have won it by a final score of 8-7. Well, the Phillies gave it a run, but just came up short.